I used to live in Irmo, so I was like, well, this'll.
No, ma'am, she did. Are you able to hear us? Can't hear you. Well, all right now?
Hi, can you hear us?
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect.
Good morning. This is Pam.
Hi,
Hi,
Hey,
Pam.
good morning. Good morning. Thank you for logging in early. We just wanted to be sure that we were able to see y'all and hear y'all, and you guys could hear us and see us as well.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So it looks like everything's good. So we'll get the meeting started at 10.
Okay, I'm going to mute and stop our video for the time being. I haven't, I saw that you had emailed, because I'm going through mom's email just so I can get everything set up for her. Did you send the agenda so we know what time-ish to expect to
Yes, ma'am.
go?
I attached it to that email, but
Okay, all right, I will check it right now. Thank you.
if you go to the board's website, it's out there as well.
Okay,
The board will go through, like they'll call the meeting to order, they'll look at approve the agenda. They'll take care of the usual business at first, which will take about 10 or 15 minutes. And then after that, Greta is the first application hearing. So I'm thinking about 10:10,
oh, okay, okay, good,
10:15,
okay,
we should be able to start her
okay,
hearing.
I am
wonderful,
so upset with you.
Okay?
okay.
I welcome
All right, thank
Charlie,
you.
Thank you.
but
But I was like, it's a good boy.
don't let her fool you.
No, I didn't shoot. Somebody was.
I brought y'all a little something from there
Yeah,
We're putting them in a room, right?
Yeah, they want.
for you to remember what you worked so hard to keep us.
This is gonna come off anyway.
Are not hard to keep straight.
Right, it is 10 o'clock. Um, I would like to call the Social Work Board of Examiners meeting to order. Public notice of this meeting was properly posted at the office of the Social Work Board of Examiners, Synergy Building, Business Park, King Street Building, 110 Centerview Drive in Columbia, South Carolina, on the board website and provided to any requesting persons, organizations, and news media in compliance with the South Carolina Code Admin Section 30-4-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. Members of the public who wish to view the meeting may do so by live stream. At this time, I would like to request approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? Second?
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
At this time, we do have one member that is not present. Can we get approval, a motion to approve the absence of Jeff?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Okay, then motion.
I made it, she seconded it.
Thank you very much.
Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes? Yes. Could we get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I would like to welcome everyone to our meeting today. We have some good news and some bad news. The bad news is Miss Megan Flannery, that we have appreciated her service over the years, is going to be leaving our board. The good news is she is excited to present Mr. Charlie Gwynn as the new advice counsel to the board. So, Charlie, we would like to welcome you. And again, Megan, we appreciate your service to our board.
Y'all, I've really appreciated working with you, and I'll still pop in and say hi. But I'm leaving you in great hands with Charlie.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is that we're down to 6, the application hearings. Miss Greta Shames Dawson. I think is she the one participating by WebEx?
That is correct.
Dr. James Dawson, are you there?
Hi, this is actually Allie Shames Dawson, Dr. Allie Shames Dawson. My mother thought we were starting at 10:05, so she'll be in the room in just 5 more minutes, just getting herself together. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Shall I tell her that she needs to be here now?
Yes,
I thought you
ma'am.
had-
Yes,
My
ma'am.
apologies. All right, just one moment. All right. She's walking in, but as I think Miss Duncan knows, my mother is physically disabled, so she's just a little bit slow. So we'll be literally just another moment. My apologies.
Thank you.
And I am starting the video now. There we go. Hello.
Good morning.
To you too.
This is an application hearing before the South Carolina Board of Social Work Examiners in reference to Dr. Greta James Dawson. The application hearing is called to order. A quorum is present. This is the matter of Dr. Greta James Dawson. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board president. My name is Lynn Melton, and I am the board president of the Board of Social Work Examiners. The attorney assigned to advise us during the hearing is Megan Flannery with the Office of Advice Counsel. Do any of the board members have any reason to recuse him or herself? No. This hearing will be held in accordance to the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedure Act and the rules and regulations of this board. Ms. Duncan, did board members receive a complete application packet?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
What questions did staff have concerning this application?
Dr. James Dawson has applied for a LISW CP license. Instead of taking and passed the ASWB exam, Dr. James Dawson has taken and passed the ACSW exam. Because she has taken and passed an exam other than the ASWB exam, her application could not be approved at staff level.
Did staff subpoena any other persons to be here today to answer any questions we might have?
No, ma'am.
Is the applicant present?
Yes.
She is presenting by way of WebEx.
Yes. I don't know these two questions. Yes.
Dr. James Dawson, are you represented by legal counsel?
No.
If not, you understand that you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter.
Yes, I do.
You are electing to waive the right and represent yourself instead. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any witnesses that you intend on testifying on your behalf?
Yes, I do.
Has the court reporter received a government-issued photo identification from the applicant and any witnesses?
Yes, ma'am, they
Yes.
have.
And can the court reporter identify them for the record? Yes. At this time, all persons who may testify should state their name for the record.
Hello, Dr. Ali Shames Dawson.
Are you the only one?
Yes, ma'am.
No,
Okay.
you're not. the only one.
Uh,
Oh, you're not?
We need both of them to raise their hands to be sworn in, correct? One at a time, please. Okay. Dr. Dawson, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in by the court reporter? And then next, we will get your daughter to be sworn in.
Yes, okay.
Sorry, did you hear me?
No. No.
Okay, so raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank Ally,
Yes, ma'am.
do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Dr. Shanes Dawson, is there anything that you wish to tell the board regarding your application?
Yes, I have included in the application a couple of years ago. There's a couple of letters that I'd like to read.
Go ahead.
Okay, this was the cover letter. Hope I can see it. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. James Dawson, this is Megan Flannery, the advice counsel. You're welcome to read those letters, but I do just want to let you know that the board has received your application packet and they have that in front of them. You're still welcome to read it, but I just wanted to let you know that they have the materials that you submitted.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So dear Board of Social Work Examiners, South Carolina, as you may know, the ASWB came into existence in 1983. Prior to said time, the National Certifying Exam was the ACSW. Requirements to sit for the said exam was 2 years postgraduate supervised clinical social work practice, 3,000 hours specialized clinical hours. Passing the ACSW exam qualified a practitioner for independent practice. I can't even read this.
I have been.
What's that say?
Documentation.
Oh, documentation enclosed. Okay. I have been practicing independently for 42 years. I guess it's 44 now. I hate to say, but it's 44 years. And have held a license in good standing for 31 years. Licensure in New Jersey in part entails 40 continuing education hours every 2 years. During the I can't even read this. I'm sorry. The period of time. It's not very dark because it's a copy. During that period of time, in addition to my clinical practice, I have supervised master's level graduate students from both Fordham and Rutgers universities.
You don't need that stuff.
I don't need this stuff? Okay. Okay, do I need anything?
No.
How about just most sincerely, Greta James Dawson? Okay, that's that. Okay, on April 15th of 20, oh, I saw my dog, I'm sorry. April 15th, 2024, I wrote a letter to the board and actually a few places, but I just like to read that. It's so small. I'm sorry, I'm getting old. I write at this time to beseech the board to carefully reevaluate and reconsider your criteria for acquisition of a social work license for those of us who have, number one, passed a national qualifying exam equivalent to the ASWB, two, carried a license in good standing for many years, and three, have consequently practiced independently for many years. I submitted my application in September 2023 as a 30-year New Jersey LCSW license holder. And the LCSW in Jersey is what I've come to understand is in your state or our state, the LICSW. I did not anticipate any impediment to my being granted a South Carolina license prior to my move to South Carolina in November 2023. However, it appears that the clerical team, okay, this just goes on to explain to you what you already know, that, that was what I was told, and there was some, this as far as we got, okay. In November 1981, I passed. Okay, and this is repetitive to the last letter I read telling you that I passed the ACSW exam for independent practice. At said time, the ASWB did not exist. Prerequisites to sit for said exam were the same as those now to sit for the ASW exam. 2 years postgraduate supervised experience, 3,000 hours of clinical supervision. Research into the prerequisites and nature of the ASWB exam precisely match those of the ACSW exam. And I have also included in the packet some documentation of that from online. I have been practicing independently for 40 years. Also, this is again a little redundant, but just let me go through. I have been practicing independently for 40 years, also supervising MSW students both from Rutgers and Fordham universities. And this is held and continue to hold a New Jersey license in good standing. One should not have, okay, here I'll be a little assertive. One should not have to take another exam to practice. When New Jersey adopted the licensing format, I was immediately granted a license based on the aforementioned passing of the ACSW exam, plus my decade of independent practice in that time. Okay, should I read about the Compact Act? I don't know.
Well, it's a note.
All right, so again, I don't know the exact status of the act. I understand it was passed, but at any point, keep in mind, I wrote this, a year and a half ago, I guess, or whatever. I have read as widely as I can about the Interstate Licensing Compact and am heartened to see in the eligibility requirement that while the ASWB exam is the current expectation, Section 4, quote, allows for the commission to create rules that would grandparent those who were licensed prior to their state's adoption of the ASWB. Okay, so requiring those in my circumstances to take another exam seems not to make sense insofar as it appears illogical and unjustifiable. I don't want to sound too whatever here, but while simultaneously borders unconscionable both to experienced practitioners and to the people we serve, there are many of our citizens in need of mental health services that the current law precludes my serving. Insurance was considered. Oh, and then I was just saying, I had read somewhere that there was some monetary concerns, and so I just said, well, maybe just charge us more for our licenses or our license renewals. And then I had said I had asked that my case be added to the May meeting docket and that the board review my license application, cover letter, and this email at that time, and hopefully see clear to grant me the license to practice in my new home state of South Carolina. And then I said, please feel free to call me. And I gave you my phone number. And thank you for your understanding and careful consideration of this most critical matter, most sincerely. Okay, that's it.
Okay,
know it-
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Your witness, Dr. James Dawson.
Hi.
Do you
Good
have
morning.
any additional information that you would like to add?
Yes, as a character witness, just I'd like to say something quick. And I will leave it be. I know my mom has been anticipating this quite some time and is understandably nervous, but of course I've known her a long time, and I just wanted to share brief remarks. So first of all, thank you, President Melton and the board, for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Allie James Dawson. I'm a clinical psychologist licensed in both South Carolina and New York State. I'm also the director of a continuing education program accredited in New York State and by the American Psychological Association. So throughout her long career, my mother has embodied the highest standards of ethical, competent, and compassionate care. She began for me as an inspiration, which is why I entered the field, and is now, to me, a colleague and trusted advisor. She often reminds those around her that psychotherapy means care of the soul, and that is truly how she has always approached her work. She has maintained, as you now know very well, license continuously, completing 40 continuing education credits every 2 years. She has served both as an independent practitioner, but also in organizations such as Catholic Charities, where she served families and individuals, and in geriatric care settings, where she served individuals who were aging and dying, and often very much in support of their families as well. As her daughter, and now again her colleague, I have seen her be deeply appreciated by those with whom she works and those whom she serves. She has also dedicated her career to accessibility, offering sliding scale fees, challenging insurance barriers. When many clinicians have opted out of insurance panels, she continues to accept insurance, and because people can't afford care. And she reminded me from childhood that, quote, most Americans don't have an extra $50 lying around. And the fact of the matter is, we did not either. And that never compromised how she practiced, with integrity, compassion, and respect for human dignity, the guiding principles of social work. So I respectfully submit, alongside my mom, that her unblemished 4-decade record, combined with her ongoing commitment to learning and excellence, demonstrates her continued readiness for practice safely and effectively. She works primarily virtually. She serves folks via telehealth, which is also a really important matter for our field in terms of accessibility. And I feel that requiring her at 73 to take a licensing exam 74 now, that did not exist when she entered the profession, raises broader concerns about fairness and age equity. I also want to add that she has raised us with principles of cultural humility and broad-mindedness, and has been open to patient-centered work and the highest standards of care. And again, I sit here and I watch her nervous reading from a piece of paper, and that's not exactly who my mom is. And I hope that her record and my testimony will help bolster your understanding of the kind of practitioner she is. So thank you very much for hearing my piece.
Thank you both for the case submission. At this time, is there either a motion for a disposition of this application?
What does
I'm
that
sorry,
actually
wait a
mean?
minute.
That we'd like you to weigh in today on the outcome, or what are our options?
Well, wait a minute, I jumped the gun. Do any of the board members have any questions for the applicant? Go ahead.
Good morning. Just a question about the ongoing work that you would like to do, and are you currently practicing and delivering any type of work now?
Sort of yes or no. A couple of my New Jersey people will call me from time to time, but otherwise not. Otherwise not.
And as a follow-up to that, what is your hope or desire to do should you be granted a license for South Carolina?
But just to continue healing souls, and I don't say that to be dramatic, but helping people resolve pain and suffering.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any board? Hearing none. Is there a motion as to a disposition of this application, or is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice?
Is that the question to me?
No, ma'am, that's to the board.
I move that we go into executive session.
There a second?
Okay, what that means is the board has done a motion and it's been seconded. It hasn't been voted on yet, but if they vote to that, they're going to go into executive session, which is just the board and myself as advice counsel to give them some legal guidance. And then we will come back. You'll be in a little virtual lobby. Then we'll come back and there will be a motion made as to the resolution of your application. So you will know the results today. Okay, so they're going to vote right now on this motion, and you don't have to go anywhere. Even if when we go into executive session, we'll put you into a lobby. So you just stay tight, okay? Okay, sorry. I interrupted between the motion. So if we can.
All in favor indicate by saying aye. Hearing none opposed, we will move into executive session. So anyone that's not presenting at this case, please step out of the room. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Hearing none opposed, we are back in public session.
Hold on a second. There we go. Okay, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great.
We are now back in open session. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this application?
Yes. The disposition is to deny the application for licensure. South Carolina has endorsed ASWB exam since the beginning of licensure in this state. ASWB is the exam of choice in South Carolina to assure a uniform system in measuring minimum competence level of practice. This board is unable and unwilling to deviate from these standards.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Hearing none opposed, this motion carries. The decision we announced today expresses only the basic elements of our ruling in this case. Advice Council will prepare a document which more fully expresses our conclusion in the appropriate language and format which the board has traditionally used. The final written decision must be approved and signed by the board president. If the applicant wishes to appeal this order, they may appeal to the administrative law court within 30 days of the receipt of this order.
Thank you.
Thank you for appearing today.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is 6B. This is an application hearing before the Board of Social Work Examiners. This meeting will be conducted in closed session. If we could have a motion to move into closed session.
So moved.
Second? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
We will remain in closed Hearing none opposed, we are back in open session. We are at item D under administrative reports. Ms. Duncan, financial report.
Yes, ma'am. There is a copy of the board's cash report through September 30th, 2025. The board has a cash balance of $587,475.67.
And all of our expenditures are in line.
Yes, ma'am. At the last meeting, there was a question about there were for the shared services expenses, there were two totals. So I verified with the finance department which one was correct. And that was the shared services for the year ending 2025. So the $192,167.25 is the correct amount.
Any other questions about the financial report? Hearing none, CE Brokers report.
This, just for information for the board, is a breakdown of the number of licensees that have a CE broker account as of October 21st, 2025. Big numbers, big numbers. Over 6,000 have the basic account, which is the free account. That's just where they upload their CE information to. Looks like 1,700 have the active professional, and then there's 65 that had the concierge service. Now, those individuals apparently were okay. They have to pay for those accounts. But otherwise, those are really high numbers, good numbers for the board. We've come a long way if you can go back and compare them from previous numbers.
Do you get any feedback from people on the service?
As far as uploading the information, I mean, we do, it just depends on how computer savvy the individuals are. So those that there may be some that have problems uploading their information, but we're always able to get them in touch with CE Broker. That's the nice thing about CE Broker. They will reach out to help those individuals versus the board staff having to help those individuals.
Any other questions related to the CE Brokers? Hearing none, review of new license in and out of state. This is also for informational purpose.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just go over the numbers for the board. This is the number of new licenses that were issued between July 26th of 25 through October 22nd of 25, for a grand total of 252 new licenses, 155 clinical, 6 bachelor level, and 91 master levels. But they're still coming in. What we're seeing a lot of is once folks get that master level licensure, they're ready to go on and go ahead and start working on that clinical level. So we do see a lot of those.
How about the next report, the review by county, which is attached to that same report?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't print this one out because it's such a large file, but it's the listing of all the current licensees that's broken down in-state versus out-of-state.
Anybody got any questions on this report? We'll move to the next item, which is the review of the continuing education sponsorship.
At the request of the board from the last board meeting, we are now actually giving you the name of the sponsors that are being approved for CE sponsorship. So since July 26, we had 3. The Columbia chapter, NABSW, the Mental Health America of Spartanburg County, and then a Miss Miranda Layton, who's an LISWCP. And these are currently being reviewed by Jeff.
Any questions about this one? Hearing none, we'll move to the social work compact updates.
Yes, ma'am. Just wanted to give the board an update of where we're at with the compact. What is currently in the statutes it has been come to light, does not match the model compact language. So the association will be working with a sponsor because we'll have to introduce cleanup legislation to get that cleaned up in the statutes. So we won't be able to proceed until that's done, and that'll start back up with the new legislation that starts in January, and like before, it'll be voted on and whatnot.
Okay.
But that's where we're at with that.
How did it get to that point?
What do you,
Like, who introduced that language?
It would have been the association.
The association.
Right, I understand that, but
But where we are right now is evidently
Board is not involved in the making of statute because that is not something that has been granted to you guys by the authority, by the legislature.
but LLR should have been.
LLR does not have the ability to advocate for statutes except in specific areas that it's specifically allowed for in their regulation. I believe out of the 44 boards, I think there are about 4 that have the authority to advocate for statutory legislation. Now, LLR does comment on proposed statutory language when requested by the legislature. But we do not propose legislation, nor can we advocate for it. And I can say that we were informed that this was going on, but we were not asked to give commentary as to the specifics of the language.
So now because of
Well, I would say that the board would still not be adding those resources and time because they still cannot advocate on behalf of any legislation. They can comment on it, and that would be all that they can do. But you are correct that the association will now be having to use resources. I assume the association is choosing to do so to get legislation changed. The compact has outlined very thoroughly the areas in which the current legislation does not match with the model legislation that they say that they will need to see in order for South Carolina to be considered an active participant in the compact.
So while I'm not directly involved in it, nor is anyone in LLR, because we don't have the ability to be, they do have a very clear roadmap of what would need to be addressed in order for the South Carolina law to be matching the law that the compact requires for active participation. I know that it sounds counterintuitive for the board to not be involved, but that is the process. Like I said, that it's for about 40 different boards. There are several other boards that are in the process of having compacts implemented or just implemented as well, and they also were not involved in the drafting process as they do not have the authority to do so. It is very common that the association gets involved with those things and steers those. And I can't really speak to why the association wasn't from the beginning on this one, but that's kind of the standard practice. For example, the psychology board, their compact passed maybe 2 years ago. They also were not involved in the drafting process in any way. And once it was completed, it was handed to them. And actually, they too had an issue where there was a correction that had to be made, and implementation was delayed by a year until that could be fixed.
So we're no closer than we were last year this time.
Yeah, we are. We've been able to get through like the criminal background check piece. That's been cleared. And usually that's a long, drawn-out process. That's usually where some of the other state boards, that's what they're waiting on. So we are closer now than we were last year at this time, because we got that piece done. So that's behind us.
Yeah, the board, the criminal background situation that's required for the compact was changed in both the compact language and in the Practice Act as a whole. So we have already incorporated that. We've gotten permission from SLED and the FBI to be able to run those background checks. So that means that that can be incorporated immediately, and that can take quite a while to get done. Additionally, I would say that although it's not us being closer, the board itself, I would say that the parties moving forward on the legislation would most likely be closer, as they did have enough people to vote for it last time, that in theory, they would also be able to rely on those same votes to continue forward, just with the modified language. But as we're not directly parties to that, we don't have that express information. But I think that I would say that the overall look is that it's moving closer towards a compact, just not quite as quickly as it was anticipated, based on the language issues in the legislation that was passed.
Duncan?
No, ma'am, that's all. But of course, anything that comes up, between now and March, we'll be sure to pass that information on to the board.
The next item on our agenda is under new business, and that would be board member report from the recent ASWB annual meeting. Since we were just talking about the compact, they did announce that 30 states states or jurisdictions have been approved for the compact. So they are making progress in that area, and we are not the last state. Couple of other updates, free resources. The exam book is downloadable for educators and supervisors. And all will be updated hopefully by May 26th. And the new exam will roll out August 26th.
Available for the supervisors that are supervising the independent.
If I understood all that correctly, yes, ma'am. A couple of other things, we had several things to vote on, this year. One of the first was, they requesting to reduce the number of public members required on the board. This did not pass this year. And several things did pass. Let's see, the language across all jurisdictions. You will notice in the new model laws when it comes out, you will see words like the state replaced with jurisdictions to simplify things and to be all inclusive to all of the areas that they serve. Another amendment that was presented and passed was the council's authority over emergency rules and making and addressing inclusivity in language. Amendment 3 was updated. Related to the exam, and it just added that that the qualifications for licensure by endorsement, they added number 3, has obtained a passing score on the exam required by the board. And the last thing that was amended and approved was giving the board the authority to fill vacant positions on the board that have been vacant for 6 months or more. Anything else that you can think of? We took a active stance, and speaking out against, the reducing the number of public members, from 1, and so we were very pleased with the outcome of that. The upcoming travel meetings, in the spring educational meeting will be in Newport, Rhode Island, April the 17th through the 18th. And I think they are looking for a vote, and nominations of people to attend this meeting. I think, Dale, you expressed an interest in going to this meeting. How many positions will the board support attending?
Usually is 2 board members and 1 staff.
Okay.
But will ASWB, will they pay for,
They don't
nobody for this
usually
one?
pay for the spring meeting at all. Hasn't that been your experience?
Will you be going to that one, Scott? But they'll reimburse, they'll pay for your way. Okay, so yes, ma'am, it would be 2 board members and the staff.
Anyone else?
I may be interested.
Good. because we have to vote on this, could we present Jackie as a potential and then somebody else as a backup? Since
ma'am.
it's so early?
Yes, ma'am. I mean,
Okay.
we're not locked into the names. I mean, because if something was to happen and somebody, it's pretty much looked at as the bodies, it's two board members.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, why don't we plan on two board members? Are we aware of any staff?
I would need to look at the agenda.
With Charlie being new, does he need to go? Okay.
You can always, if you like, you can always go. You can always go ahead and approve for
Two staff, one staff, two board members, and,
if Charlie can attend, then that would be. In the past, you've approved me to go, and then unfortunately, my schedule didn't allow.
right, okay. So why don't we do a broad vote or motion, just to include not names, but, positions? So is there a motion, for the board to cover two board members and one staff member for the spring educational meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Hearing none opposed, that will carry. Discussion and vote on the legislative liaison contact and co-contact.
This is the person who, when there is legislation that impacts the social work board, and LLR is asked about it, or if we have regulations that we are putting forth, we do not for 2026, our communications department asks that we have a board contact person, and then we usually add co-contact too to make it a little easier of a burden, to be the professional members that we can reach out to either A, ask for some guidance and give us some talking points, or B, potentially to come downtown to perhaps testify if the legislator's asking for testimony, to perhaps testify. If you did have to do that, we would work with you in advance, both the communications department and advice council to help you get ready. Like I said, if you can't come, then on the flip side, we would ask that you help us be ready to potentially do that. The thing to know about this is, unfortunately, you do not get a lot of lead time on this. We generally get about a week, two, if we're very lucky, about when something will be heard downtown. So we would like for, if possible, for two people to sign up for this, but we at least need one. Additionally to potentially being involved in that, you'll just get the updates of what's going on downtown that could potentially affect the social work board. So it's kind of an on-call situation, not necessarily something you'll have.
Nothing, basically. I'll do it again.
And if I could say, it is helpful when they're local, like Megan was saying, because sometimes we're lucky to get 2 days' notice, 3 days' notice. So if it's somebody local, that does help out.
Like Dale and Alicia will be willing to do that.
I make a motion that the two board members, as noted, be our legislative liaison contact and co-contact.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Hearing opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, ladies.
Now to item number 10 for a discussion and vote for president and vice president for the upcoming year. Is there a nomination on the floor for vice president? I would like to renominate Scott Stevens. Okay. Anyone else? Any other nominations? It's okay.
Well, Scott, you've been nominated. Are you willing to take that nomination?
So,
Want to and not only willing.
hearing no other nominations, let's take it to a vote. All in favor of Scott Stevens remaining as our vice president, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries. Congratulations, Scott. I will say that Scott really represented our board well at the ASW meeting. I was proud to see him in action. And I do have some pictures of where you were serving on committees and they called him up front. You didn't know I took pictures, did you? But he does serve on several of the ASWB committees and represents South Carolina well. Now, the floor is open for nominations for president. But you by no means allow that to hold anyone else back that might be.
Okay, let's have Scott say.
Okay. Can I have a second to that nomination? Are there any other nominations for president? None? Congratulations, Lynn Melton. All right, can I have a full vote, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now, our president again.
All right. Seeing no public here, that's the next item on our agenda is public comments. Any other business before the board? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned.